Just want to sell them for what option strat says they're worth. That's probably not going to happen because they're short vol. This isn't looking so hot. I'm excited for more longer term picks this week. Let's go. Yeah, I got a couple that I gotta write up. One of them I think there's still like a lot of time for the entry, so that one I'm not as in as big a rush. Yeah, I'm sick trash. I'm not coughing blood. That's correct. No, not anymore. I want a good LMT entry here. What was wrong with 69? 70? I think it moved up in the overnight session on Friday already a little bit. I like to think you turned physically green while sick is some weird quirk that centaurs have and don't want us to know. No, my nose gets super red from blowing it, and I look like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer on the camera. It's distracting. That's so festive. Everyone noticed we went right to Christmas in retail when Halloween was over. Seems pretty aggressive this year. It's been like that the last several years. I don't even use a calendar anymore. I just time the seasonality based on the theme of candy at CVS. I think this actually breaks the 6,000 today slash week. Bro, we're already over 6,000. Have your thoughts on BTC and ETH changed with new people coming into the White House? No. I feel mine might have. Well, that's nice. Can you tell me why I bought calls on Intel? Stupid. Can you make it go up? Probably not. Have you tried replacing their management team with an effective one? At least tell me that you tried to take some. Oh, what's that tape they sell on TV for fixing leaks? I can't remember the name of it. Flex tape? Flex seal. And stopped the slow gain that they've allowed their competitors to take on their products for the last 10 years. If they'd put money into R&D instead of management's pockets for the last decade, they would still be ahead of AMD. It's almost like the entire company is just banking on free money from the government so they can build fabs and pivot. Ooh, ASML's cheap. With equities long vol assumption, right? All puts are bought and all calls are sold, which is the opposite of indexes, or does it change in relation to positive or negative gamma? It's the same assumption for both. See who's got to eat. Most of the economy is banking on that free government money. It's like we live in a welfare state, but corporate welfare, not for the good of the people. When will Trump follow the popcorn economic plan and turn pores into Soylent after he exports all the migrant farm workers? How long is the FINRA holiday extension again? Oh, for GME? Don't worry, it wasn't going to run anymore anyway. I had to take delivery on some frozen orange juice concentrate from a futures contract I forgot about. Do you want some? No. No, no, there's audio. I'm just not talking. I'll warn you all now, my voice is fucked. I don't want to spend too much time talking today. Yeah, I know about TSMCs. They're shutting down the manufacturing of advanced chips for China. ASML stopped shipping China, or they canceled the orders for Chinese fabs too. Oh no, not extra gravelly, Gherk. Oh god. At what price should I get nervous that RC will release more shares? Any price above $15. Usually 30 to 45 when it's above Gamma Max is sufficient. Do you mind if I put 20 gallons of orange juice concentrate in one of your freezers? Okay, I really don't want your concentrated orange juice. Get a warehouse or rent some cold storage. I don't want it either. Then why didn't you sell the contract? I mean, I assume you're just bullshitting me, but how's position look now that pre-market stuff is shaken out? Give me a second. What the hell did I do with it? I think I might have accidentally closed the window. Whoopsie. Looks like we're sitting in a little pocket that's just negative gamma here, right above 6,000. 6,000 still support. Bot calls fell off. Long puts at 6,000, 60, 10. Sold puts below 6,000. Yeah, man, a lot of the long calls fell off at open. Those didn't hang around. An orange juice concentrate shower sounds fantastic for the skin. Maybe just like a bath. Why crude dump? Oh, who the fuck knows? Have you seen those hose attachments where you can put in liquid soap to wash your car? Hear me out. OJ concentrate, OG hose, OJ hose. What about a power washer and just put orange juice concentrate in it? Yeah, that's a lot of vitamin C. It is. You can use some of the OJ to marinate some carne asada. True. Is Upstart opening a new options chain? Or like new strikes? Hmm. No, SoFi and Upstart have nothing to do with each other. Sold. CC's at 15 on Upstart at a 1280 cost basis. Talk about the one that got away. Could have bought it again when it went to 20. Thanks, OPEC, for ruining my port once again. Have you thought about being not long oil into OPEC announcements? Or was this one not scheduled? Sometimes that happens. Okay, so it's weird because some of the strikes from 90 up are showing OI. I sold like 50% of my Upstart after that earnings when it went to like $28. And then I sold the rest of it on that first run at like 40. But I bought calls. Nowadays I mostly just short the vol on it. Either short vol or buy like in the money puts after it runs up. I will say it's still insanely difficult for short sellers to get the price of the stock down. It still has like no liquidity and is basically just a better GME. Gasp. I know. How dare you? I mean, it is. Higher vol, better premiums. This will probably go over 100, depending on how much options interest builds out on the chain. Yeah, it could. Can someone cover Ryan Crowan's ears before he starts crying? Nice, Benedict. And Q's gonna move up, retest VWAP. That should give us a gap, at least a gap fill at 11. We might push a little higher. The out of the money calls are still gone. Hold on, I need to move this over here because it's fucking in my way. Yeah, it'd be hard to get over 15. Not that we can't. It'd be very hard to get over 20 today. Still a lot of bot puts at 10. The strikes around spot are all over the place. Yeah, we could keep pushing up to 20 here, I guess. 20 here, and then maybe we could push out enough of the short call interest by end of day that we could get to like 30. Things are a little bit more bullish above 60-10. Aren't you already a billionaire? Relate. Absolutely not. Resistance. Are GME 30 CCs safe from assignment? They're not safe from assignment, but it's very unlikely GME goes to 30. Calls fall off pretty hard above 26. There's a little bit at 27, but not much. 26 2650s, and then get like total gamma exposure just declines from there out. I guess if vol picked up substantially, that could change things, but it doesn't look like it's picking up that much. What happens when the knock on your door is me and a VWAP hat? Huh. Yeah, I never thought about that. What's the difference between historic vol and realized vol? Historic vol is based on historic price action. So it's looking at like a longer historic window. And I mean it's usually calculated on the daily price action, whereas realized vol is smaller intervals. Um, I would say they're both basically the same, but realized vol is higher frequency. That's a rejection. Yeah, a little bit of one. QQQ or NQ didn't like VWAP. Lower high too. Doesn't mean that GM on the weekly jumped so hard. GM on the weekly didn't jump hard. So the problem is that on SPXW primarily, the problem is that gamma max, like gamma at the top of the chain, is kind of like a very low slope, and it's picking up programmatically gamma max here, but really it's here. The difference between these 2 points is like nothing. So it's just a resolution issue, I think. But this would be like 59.90-ish. This is like 60.60. This is more accurate, but very little difference between the two. Like there's just from above like 59.90, very little gamma is added to the chain, but it is slightly positive slope. And so I told people to use the aggregate, the SPX, dollar SPX contract. So this is both chains combined because it's giving a better representation right now of where Gamma Max actually is. So Gamma Max didn't actually move up that much. I think the prior print on the aggregate chain was so yeah, it moved from 646 Friday to 660 today. Over time, as we develop the aggregate value, that will probably be far more accurate for picking like reliable neutrals because you don't have the bifurcation of the neutrals anymore. It just combines them. Hi, Glorp. Wind down with positive inflation or rates above 5%. Well, this is probably the same thing. That's okay, Popcorn. Just don't shout at me next time. Please say bifurcation. Real slow in the mic. No reason. Huh. Seems like a sex thing. Is it a sex thing? Oh, yeah? Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem. Bifurcation. Isn't it always? Pretty much, yeah. The Dungeon Master has spoken. Are EVs going to be banned? If so, why Tesla ups? Because Elon's going to funnel all of the free government money into his own company. Oh. Nice, yeah. 59.50 not happening without hot inflation, yields up. Seems crazy, all gas, no brakes. There's actually not a lot of gas. There's just a shitload of synthetic long positioning at 6,000. Honestly, it's probably just padding for profit taking. But it's going to probably be there until the end of the week. If we slip 6,000, things get kind of ugly. The in the money positioning is not very strong. That's not true. At least 10% will go to the new AI data center, so NVIDIA will get some more. NVIDIA is really busy with trying to convince the new SEC that there's no wrongdoing on their part. Isn't inflation bullish? It's bullish to a point. So there's two kind of breakpoints for inflation. One is yields, right? Higher inflation is going to equal higher yields. Higher yields. Okay. So there's a, and this is yields greater than 5%. The second is the consumer. The consumer can only bear so much inflation before it starts to fail, right? And we saw a little bit of that like 3 months ago as inflation started to creep up. And we saw, a really rapid breakdown in consumer sentiment, retail sales, consumer credit. So the consumer is already stressed, and then, increased inflation is obviously not going to help. And there comes a point at which inflation can no longer be priced forward onto the customer, and it has to start eating into revenues and multiples. So right now we're kind of in a Goldilocks zone, right? So the consumer is currently resilient, and yields aren't high enough. But this is a very hard needle to thread. And that's why our price action is so cyclical. Like if you look at the 10-year, it pretty much crashes and rallies every quarter. And that's starting to speed up quite a bit because the variance on the 10-year yield is starting to increase, which introduces more risk, and you start to get more demand for long vol, which we're seeing, right? Like we're not seeing the like forward yield on volatility fall nearly as low as we did in prior cycles. That'd be good. That'd be good. Nice. Here. 1 second. So if we look at this, we're not seeing sustained drops in the forward yield on volatility for any extensive period of time. This might be easier to see on the weekly, and it's actually staying slightly more to the positive side now, and that's been true since April of this year. The forward yield on vol has just been positive more often than not. If you look from like March of 23 through October of 23, the forward yield on volatility was negative almost the entire time. Also, from October 23 into April of 24, same deal. Um, then, April 24 to July. So it started to get much, much shorter, July to August to September, right? And like these are getting narrower and narrower as time progresses, as more and more demand builds for that long vol hedge. Did you enter LMT? Yeah, this morning. I got in around like 570 and change. Is Wells Fargo the most likely to be devastated by yields over 5%? They're not the only one, and they're definitely one of the latter ones. I would say they're more exposed to risk over like 6%. All of the banks are super exposed to any run on the bank, right? Because they just don't have a lot of cash. Another almost 10% day for Tesla. Yep. I said it was going to keep going up. It's probably going to keep going up from here, yeah. Tesla is a state-sponsored entity. Exactly. Hmm. Underwater bonds, same like cash, less cash though. Hmm. Gamma's starting to fall off a bit more steeply to the downside. If we lose 10, we could retest 6,000. I know it's not a lot of range, but it's something. It looks like 620 for now is the top. That could move up later in the day, but it's pretty hard resistance. lowest. Hmm. There's still a downside gap on ES to 60, 25, 25. Hmm. MQ looks a little bit stronger here. Will Fed Chair Powell go on Joe Rogan's podcast? That's the real question. Just talk to us like a human, Powell. Ridiculous. Hmm. How far back do I need to go to find your last market update? Curious if we have room to test 60-20. We do. We do. 60-15's resistance, but we could push out as high as 20, or, I mean, end of day, 30. Was it my first SPX paper trade? It made 18%. Now I understand why these are addicting. The problem is that everybody who trades at wants 100% returns. They're not happy with 18%. Look at JPAS speaking Thursday. They could talk about the Grateful Dead. It's true. Is JPOW's term over 2026? Gonna get a failure in 10 here. So do you see one of the days where half the chat makes 20, 30x on their SPX options? Then you don't even want to close at 100% sometimes. $100,000 days on like $2,000 in risk are always fun. I think the IWM push today is sustainable. I mean, it's getting pretty close to its top. Doesn't have a ton more room to the upside here. Some December IWM 230p, which I get around 236. Should I cut them, or do they have a small chance to break even? They could break even. I mean, I would say at this point they're probably overheld. What's your break even on them? What price? I don't know what you paid for them. The 100th like? Jesus, shrinkflation is harsh on likes. Yeah, it's far too much to ask of people. Interesting. Is Tesla gonna squeeze to 400? Possibly. Yeah. Not really squeezing at this point. It's just more and more long options piling in. Most of those shorts are already squeezed off. The stop loss felt personal? Probably was. Hmm. Sub 6K or over 620 looking any better? No. No, still mostly it just looks like we chopped for the rest of the day. Idiot trade? No. Not, not one that I like. Not yet, at least. I'm still in SRF. Trump euphoria become Trump exhaustion. It's going to be hard to ignore a corporate tax cut to 15%. That probably will get passed. What about nice pullback under 605? Losing 610 is relevant. We could retest 6,000. There's not a lot of support in between the two strikes. No, probably like 602 since there's so much gamma at 6,000. But yeah, we could retest the low of the day here on this drop. Now, if MQ were to sell off just a little bit harder, that'd be fun. Would tax cuts increase the likelihood of a US downgrade? It depends on how much debt we're going to issue and if the TGA is at risk. I'm not going to be able to get yields down, so the payment on interest is going to just continue to rise. Which, yeah, that could cause some. That could cause a ratings downgrade. Can you help us become better idiots, please? Don't sell or buy options and chop. How come we went down like 3% a couple of weeks ago and you said we're likely to mean revert, which we did, and then some. But now that we're up almost 6% from the low, we're more likely to chop because there's a shitload of support at 6,000. But if I make money, I have to stop posting sad memes everywhere. Valid. Condor is sold in chop. Respecting Delta, they're not worth it. Well, on the 0 DTE, they're not worth it. If you want to sell longer dated condors, be my guest. But we have CPI this week. And the market's overextended, so it's a pretty big risk. Oh, nice, Nuke. Quietly closes Condor. On the 0 DTE, in a position like this, you take a lot of risk that we break either the support or the resistance, right? So condors are usually better with some theta and much further out of the money. But when you have big macro events coming up, that poses quite a bit of risk. I gotta tell you, man, just playing with a broker outside of Fidelity, and wow, Fidelity is truly a bag of dicks. Yeah, it is. Are people figuring out that China stimmy isn't stimmying? No, actually, I think most of the losses in HSI and Shenzhen are due to the fact that Trump's likely to impose tariffs, which would impact China quite a bit. If I wanted to enter SREF, what would you target for your next buy-in? I'm not going to tell you what price to buy SREF at. They have a website. On the website is their nav, and then also it tells you whether they're trading at a premium or a discount to nav. Is the buying point anytime under nav? I mean, technically, it's anytime it's trading for a discount to its net asset value, it's trading at a discount to its net assets, which would in fact be discounted. Holy fuck. I explained to SRF yesterday. I totally forgot. It's all good, man. Yeah, it's trading at about 9%, negative 9% in NAV. Problem for me is finding a broker that will sell SRF. Schwab and Fidelity both do. Are you suggesting we buy things for less than they're worth? I mean, that's a strategy that's worked for a lot of people over time. Yeah, exactly. Hmm. ES is starting to look a little bit weak here. ES looking weak. Best time to pump. Huh. That's a different take. A few pickles picks ago, you thought Lunar might squeeze. What are your thoughts now? Asking for my calls. That was a 0 DTE play. Not like a long-term pick, but it's been doing pretty well, I think. The positioning on it's roughly the same as it was. I mean, not a lot has changed. Still trying to push through that $10 level. Looks like it failed the test at 1040. That's might keep moving up. I mean, consolidation was fairly bullish, filled the gap. Seems to be bouncing from there. Might consolidate further though. Like long term, it might keep moving up towards like $13. That seems to be where it's headed at least. Interesting that Apple, Nvidia, and Microsoft are down. SPX is up. Dow and Russell are up. And NQ is down. It's not that interesting, right? It's just we're holding here on breadth as tech sells off. From a macro flows perspective, it's kind of bearish, right? But I mean, the realized effect of that on the index is yet to pass. With the bond market open tomorrow, better chance for downs? Maybe. How come rate cuts didn't seem to hurt AQN this time? Rate cuts shouldn't hurt AQN. That's not how it should. That's not how it should go. They hurt it last time because Powell cut rates and rates rocketed. This time, Powell did an okay job being dovish enough. I think it's still too early to short Tesla. Believe me, I want to. When TQQQ 100 calls, I don't know. I have 75s. NQ still, even with this move up, NQ still hasn't retested it. I don't think it's retested its all-time high yet, has it? Or TQQ hasn't. I guess NQ is a little bit above. Huh, interesting. What about QQQ? Okay, QQQ is higher too. TQQQ is still like $1 off, $1.50 off. Fucking vol decay. I mean, the effect of SLD is going to be minimized because we're so far above gamma neutral. Unless SLD causes us to fail gamma neutral. Jesus Christ. Just feel like $5. Let me get those calls and I can leave. Yeah, still don't like this. Are Vega puts on the menu? You could. I mean, VIX 3-month is pretty close to 16. I'd like it to still be lower though before I bought into them. We've only ever been above 6,000 intraday. It's not like we've been above 6,000 for months or something. Everybody needs to calm the fuck down. You guys, if you guys bought more than 2 days of theta on occasion, you wouldn't be so stressed out all the time. PeelJar only knows 0 DTE, bruh. In this economy. Fucking guys. Oh god, Twitter's now allowing the advertising of FinTwit subscriber services. I'm gonna delete my Twitter account. Ooh, revolving credit facility offers. Interesting. Michael Saylor is my new daddy. I shorted it on Friday. That was pretty awesome. I wasn't gonna chase it at open today though. Fucking options are way too expensive. Sailor just bought the top. Well, no one credited him with being a genius. Although he's built a phenomenal Ponzi scheme. Much better than Carvana. Is Kathy Wood's alter ego Sailor Moon? Wow. Take it back. Can I gift more people a Cornish on? Ooh, I could. Boom. Welcome to Cornish on, nerds. I missed you, Pickle Squawk. How bullish are you on BTC? Zero. Zero bullishness. Gifting people your Cornish on can get you banned from YouTube, Gork. False. BTC to 85, then dumps. Why free walk-in? You just want me to get mad at people and yell at them. I don't want that. Especially not while he's recovering. Exactly. Why there's massive volume on 1 minute candles, but you change to the 30-second candles and the volume doesn't show there? Because the tick size candles probably aren't printing the volume data. But if you wait a little while and then go back and check them, it'll probably show up. I'll pass. Did most of Wall Street bet and SS vote for Trump, thus Reddit pump? No, Reddit's pumping because they're selling their data to AI startups all over the world at a premium. Well, sorry, selling your data to AI startups all over the world at a premium. It's the last place on the internet with any unique data. Which is frightening if you care about the accuracy of GPT models. Because Reddit comments are some of the stupidest fucking shit I've ever read in my life. It's also yeah, I was gonna say they already scraped all of 4chan. Yeah, that's how the LLMs learn to make porn. That's why all the dicks are so big. That's why when AI makes dicks, it makes gigantic dicks. Because of 4chan. 4chan loves big cocks. Well, I can't use Japanese because it's blurry. True. Don't tell my wife about 4chan. Reddit has one good commenter for every 10 idiots. Yeah, usually. Well, it's less nowadays. I remember you used to be able to go on like really specific subreddits and get like actual answers from real experts on things. And now it's just like the top response is some chat GPT reply. My only regret is that I'll only get to be killed by an AI supercomputer once. Hmm. What if you just simulate your own AI death in the metaverse and then you could just replay it over and over and over again? You're forgetting one other place where AI can scrape for data. Discord. True. Although so far, I don't think Discord's sold any of that. Isn't that against their TOS? Like they'd have to modify their terms. We at Discord love tiny beans. You got a price target for UGI that you're willing to share? I mean, the purpose of owning it is to collect the massive yield. The price improvement's just a bonus. This will be the first time in history a company updated their TOS for the sake of monetary gains. I feel like they'd lose a big chunk of their audience. I experience my own pseudo death every night in my dreams, and now I'm fiending for the hard stuff. What's up, Gherk? Did I get fired? I don't think so, Dork. Is it just a resolution issue? Oh, I figured. The increase in gamma is, yeah, I know. It's like barely noticeable between the two strikes. But it is technically higher at one than the other. I think the post-election near the money gamma spiked a bit. Oh, just a bit. Have you seen the 6,000 strike? You can re-enter a spy straddle. Maybe I should start trading the straddle every night on this account. Maybe then people will realize what they're doing wrong. Hmm. Giveaway alpha? I gotta do it on something poor. I can't do it on SPX. I don't know what the returns are for QQQ IWM's probably okay. No, I assume you don't have money to trade straddles on SPX. Hmm.
Costellosaurus put their pickle in my jar for doctor buy chicken or go vegan. He deserves better than $2 pork. Cuckoo 20.
For Dork to buy chicken or go vegan. All right, Dork, I've got to forward you $20 for chicken, man. Costellosaurus, you know that I'm just going to use that money to buy 10x the pork. Oh, all right, never mind. I'll put it in his trust fund. Dork single-handedly lowering CPI by using alternative protein. It's only like we're only like one more bump in inflation away from Dork just eating grasshoppers. Mail Dork $20. What's that, like 50 pounds? I'm gonna look up bulk lentils. You can get 100 pounds for $150. Ooh. $25 for $62. That's not a very good deal. Oh, this is what I'm talking about. 94 cents a pound? Ooh, 89 cents a pound for split green peas. I'd rather not have 50 pounds of lentils show up at my fucking house. Dork, I have your address. That's terrifying. It should be. I have your address, money, and a lot of free time. Can you provide me with Dork's address? I'd like to ship him some bees. Oh, so he can make his own honey? Or just so they'll sting him and move into his house like Farmville? I kind of want to take like $13,000 and ship Dork a tiny house to put in his backyard. You're gonna simulate Dork taking possession of an oil contract. Like a shed or like a princess castle? Princess castle. We should have a contest on who can send Dork the weirdest thing. I agree. It's the poundage the residential floor can support without collapsing. You could definitely ship a 400-pound barrel of lentils without worrying. Exactly. The weirdest thing that I can sell on Craigslist for $50 or more. Oh, I mean, that has to be one of the conditions, right? It has to be such a cumbersome item that nobody could ever buy it from you off of Craigslist. That's why I said tiny house. I'll ship you like one of the Chinese ones that you have to assemble yourself. So you'll just have a bunch of house parts. So basically an involuntary order. I'm redoing Billionaire and YouTube Premium on PC. As long as you're using the same YouTube account, you should be able to just resub. Gallium, dill, never mind. Send him a J-Fresh made out of coal. So in the end, he would have to pay to get it taken away. Well, better yet, he keeps it. Dirk takes delivery on an oil contract. I mean, he lives in Nevada. Do they even have an EPA? I think the mob would have gotten rid of it. I feel like Dork would build it as an act of rebellion. Well, he wanted a yurt, right? So tiny house, kind of the same thing. Okay, guys, do you know the weirdest thing that you could send me that would totally piss me off? 1 ounce gold bars? Man, that would show me. No, that's not as much fun. Send him a truckload of grass. I'm gonna use Google Earth to get the dimensions of his yard and then just send him AstroTurf. And the only choice I'll have is to install it. Make it blue. We're gonna need to set up a camera at Dork's house if we're gonna do this. It needs to be monetized. Zebra striped AstroTurf. Put the GS logo on it. That's great advertising. This would be an amazing YouTube channel. It's just footage of one guy that we fuck with on a daily basis. Like, we never know what's going to be in the package he receives, but then we have to watch him figure out what to do with it. This is better than Mr. Beast content. take my money. Fucking with Dork, episode 69. We sent Dork 16 pallets of Wedding Crashers DVDs. Perfect. Mr. Beast, what can we send Dork that violates the Geneva Convention? Refugees? Call it Dork's doorbell. Live stream his ring so we can watch him. The logistics are going to be difficult. We have to make sure a package arrives every single day. Episode 420. Dork takes delivery on 45 corn futures contracts. That's so many bushels of corn. Episode 420 would be way more special than that. Yeah, we just send him marijuana seeds, like bulk marijuana seeds, and then report it to the authorities. And then we have to see what Dork does with them in the next like 30 minutes. Feel free to send those to me, dog. Instantly plants them all. Oh my god. That's fucking awesome. Oh, I'm gonna send him one with my face. That's a great idea, Popcorn. Hide him inside his lentil barrel. Problem solved. Are they shorting VIX still? Why is Todd in overdrive? He's got confidence. Is it a butt plug? No. Well, I mean, it could be. How creative are you? Very? Then yes. Yes, it is. How much baby oil can we deliver to Dork? It depends on how much we can buy at the DOJ auction. I wonder if I could get my hands on a bottle of true Diddy baby oil. Man, it would be such an epic prank to send me a new Mazda Miata. Dork, you're an executive at the same company as me, and you can't drive a Mazda Miata. I'm gonna put that to a vote, by the way, at the next board meeting. Seconded. Thank you, Atomic. I don't even know if we need a quorum. Maybe just me and you are good enough. I apologize in advance, but I'm sending you a DM. I hate you, AJ. What the fuck is wrong with Miatas? It's a weird tiny car. It's for children. It's like a Hot Wheels. It's like an adult Hot Wheels. They're perfectly balanced. I weigh it's just a Miata. You know when like little kids are driving around in Power Wheels and like you know how they're seated where like the seat is kind of above the steering wheel and it looks like they're sticking out the top of the vehicle? That's what adults look like driving Miatas. Your share percent isn't enough to just make it so on your own. I mean, technically, but we have some democracy. Yes, I already know about the 55-gallon drum of lube. This is like a 6-year-old meme, AJ. God, why do you get Canadians get shit so slowly? What if you're a tiny adult? It works a little bit better. I literally cannot get in a Miata. Me either. I can't drive one at all. Mazda can't figure out how to build a rotary engine that doesn't self-destruct after 80,000 miles. Well, they did, and then they changed it. Send him 100 cardboard cutouts of himself. Excellent. Hmm. I now understand why you never gave us your home address. Mm-hmm. So you're saying I should send Dork a bunch of low good material from that thing? Possibly. It's not that good on gas, no. Is GoEV finna? I feel like GoEV has. Yeah, if it breaks $1, it could do some crazy shit, but it's probably not going to. Why is gold dropping? Because the dollar is skyrocketing. Has the dollar skyrocketing increased carry leverage today? Probably not much because the 10-year is falling. Yeah, no. I mean, look, the carry leverage is up a little bit, but not very much. Like 0.04%. Ugh. What is it? Carvana Diamond Top. Actually, Carvana is starting to look a little bit bearish. Oh, no, never mind. It broke up today. It was looking a little bearish last night. Now it just looks bullish again. Carvana to 300. My puts expire Friday. So you just needed to drop like another, what, $150? I hodl? If you insist. Hmm. Would you consider bull puts at 6,000 if we test it? Because the wall at 6,000 changed it all over the course of the day. It's still huge. And it's not just expiring today. some of it has theta. But right now, at least on the 0 DTE, there's a big fat synth long there. But I think there's positioning there all the way into the end of this week. Let me look at something. Yeah, there's pretty decent support at 59.90. Also, um, man, getting above 610 looks difficult as fuck. I guess we could fall back to like 95 on the other side of the 95 with big support at 5,900, like the aggregate over the next 5 expirations or 4. Thanks, first time caller. Does Jimmy have some spice this week? Jimmy's kind of topping out here. I don't think the push up is gonna last much longer. There's not enough delta coming onto the chain. Yeah, memes are gonna keep being memey as leverage expands. So the more leverage expands, the more places they're gonna need to find to go long. And that's when you'll start getting more investment into mid caps, which traditionally don't have very good flows. So like the R1K will start to overperform a little, and that's where most of the meme stocks are, between the R1K and the R2K. Hmm. What's up, Barracks? Sold WFC 70p calendar spreads through 15 and 29th. Would you close the sold puts before end of week? Still got a little bit more room to the upside to test like 74. Obviously CPI could have a huge impact on this. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. What's your profitability on them? Like how much are you gonna be risking if price continues higher? Was Tesla short squeezing? It did. It's kind of past that now. profit? We're not clergymen. mm. Hmm. What's NG look like? I don't know. The accumulation on nat gas still looks kind of bullish. I mean, AR is not purely exposed to that, but it's tough because I don't care about Intera resources very much. It's been a while since I went long on that. I don't know. On the technical side, it looks like it should go to 36, but Gamma Max is at like 34. It's not really picking up any Delta or Gamma recently, but there is some like longer dated interest out at like 33, 35. Those are probably sold. That doesn't mean they couldn't squeeze off if nat gas continues to go up. Vol's coming down a little bit. I would say for now it's probably stuck between like 28 and 31, but if it got a push, it could test as high as 40. New shiny? Where do I find it? Ooh! Hold on, I gotta refresh. Oh, that's fucking hot. It also doesn't look like it works. Have we made a boo-boo? Hmm. It's just some arbitrary value. Well, it's a rolling value, right? I think we need to change the zoom on it. Like it needs to be far bigger. What does that mean? More range between the peaks and troughs. Why take profits on LMT now? I've got fucking 2 months. I'm gonna take profits now at $75. It's ridiculous. How about self-propelled gun? Dork would love that. He'd drive it to work. You entered LMT at open shortly after. Like around 50, 570, 50-ish. I think it was like 570, 48 or something. It took a second to get the fills. Yeah, but it's going back to 560 tomorrow. So I hope it goes back to 550. Then I can just reopen another spread and quadruple leverage the upside. Why not just buy a 600 call? Why not just fuck yourself? 600 calls aren't hedged to the downside, Sahib. How's that possible? Chain splits. So new strikes open further out of the money. How's it hedged and the break even is 605? The break even at expiration is 605. Move the time slider back. I see. There you go. Futures are so much more simple than zero GTEs. My smooth brain is handling it much better. Congratulations. No problem, Sahib. Yeah, I know you're talking about AR, not LMT. That seemed pretty obvious. Netflix 750 or 850 first? Good question. I think if Netflix fails 800, we could see it move back to like 785 ish. But it's still holding 800 for now. It's not even worth looking at. You hold Palantir? No, I sold all my Palantir a while ago. Claim dividends and sell calls. I've not found the premiums on on PBR calls to be worthwhile. Why? Because Palantir is massively overvalued, and I had a negative $14 cost basis. I also got assigned on covered calls. You're not bullish on surveillance tech made in the USA? Have you ever seen their revenues? Their current valuation's fucking ridiculous. The stock should be worth like 13 bucks. I don't sell CC on PBR. I don't own any PBR right now. For starters. I sold all my PBR back and it was like 16 bucks before the CEO left. Nice. Also liking futures better. We could do more futures trading. Mostly I just do it when I'm bored and I want to blow up money, but maybe. Bud Light is way better, and that bar is paint on the ground. Biden forgave my student loans, which basically makes up for my trading losses. Well done. Isn't America the best? That's disgusting, gray pubes. Oil just not going to go up until the reserves are depleted. What reserves? Oil was just up. It's just down today. Why you're long oil below $70, I have no idea. Maybe you missed the trade. It's buy oil when it goes above 70 and then sell it for money. Not buy oil and hold it like an asshole. That's silly. That's like buying the top. No, it's not. Is that the squeeze trigger on oil or something? I don't know. I just make it fucking pays out every time. I just have a perpetual buy order set on CL at $70. Then I put a stop at 70 and a trailing take profit. Trailing stop. AMP. I do most of my trading on AMP. CL Colgate? No. Light crude futures. I'm sure DVN will be fine eventually, right, Gherkin? Or do you have a problem with your 5%? It's not like they're going out of business. If you have it on drip, it's just compounding right now. Ooh, I'm Gherkin. I know how to do things. 5.15% is a hell of a lot better than a US Treasury. When are you posting current positions for like my dividend portfolio? I don't know. I just haven't in a while. I don't think that much has changed in it. Divi port update, please. Alright, I'll try to remember. Is your dividend portfolio your long-term portfolio? Sure. It's a long-term portfolio. TCPC is doing good. I don't even own that anymore. So yeah, I haven't owned that in a while. It's not doing good. It's nearing end of life. If you bought it sub $8, awesome. If you bought it at $9, eh. If you bought it above, I mean, my cost basis on it, my old cost base on it was higher. So I had no reason to continue to stay in it. I mean, I was only in it for the dividend anyway. It wasn't like I thought it was going to grow significantly. It's a closed-ended fund, so it's starting to like wind down. Supports at 6,000. $6,000 and 59.90. If my Carvana puts print, I'll give you a nickel. Ooh, fancy. Hmm. Maybe I don't like this. NQ still looks pretty weak. Just keep it open. I guess I could close it. We'll see. What's the story with Carvana? Big old Ponzi scheme. Deferred debt payments. Manipulated cash flows. We'll probably keep having bullish earnings until like mid 2025. The American way, exactly. No, nothing's changing. We're just falling into the synthetic long, which means it's becoming less supportive. Gamma's negative here on the 0DT at spot. So we can still test 95 on this drop. I guess that could squeeze further down if it continued to fail. But probably very strong support at 90. A loss of 90 would be significant. We're gonna break below 6K. I don't know. Either NQ is gonna double bottom here, or it's gonna keep selling off. All the weaknesses in NQ. Breadth is still really strong. So even if we were to sell off, probably not very much. Deregulation is bullish for banks. Is it though? I mean, yeah. Reduce capital requirements would be huge. I was listening to a hot tub stream last night, and I noticed you didn't bring up Basel 3. I don't think it was part of the conversation we were having. How will another 12% tax cut for large banks affect the banking industry? They will have a cash war chest. That'll be better than their current liquidity levels of nothing. One second. There's 300 people here, Gaff. And no, because I don't watch GME. It's my newest strategy in getting rid of the people who show up and ask when MOASS. How's that working for you? Better. Fewer people coming and asking when MOASS. Fuck you, trash. Ugh. Hmm. SLD's this week into next Monday. TMD what I thought was an underappreciated yet dank meme. Alright, this is actually pretty awesome. You think the rate cut saved the market? No. I imagine Dixie would be higher right now if rates didn't get crushed. Probably. That's okay. Rates will bounce back. There's nowhere for them to go but up. What do I want to sell out the money call spreads for Friday? Am I broken or a genius? I don't know why you want to do that. 10-year to negative 1.5%. I wish. Gap filled. Let's V. I don't know. Losing 95 can't be a great thing. Two gaps to the upside. Supports at 95. So we might see some put selling here. I wonder if I could sell one of these for 350. That'd be awesome. Oops. My VIX not up. We haven't fallen through any sold puts yet. Not really. How are those EPAM calls looking? I just have shares right now. All of the calls I had, I sold on the last like earnings spike or pre-earnings spike back when it was like 220. But I bought some shares at 187, 188. Yeah, I mean their earnings are always fantastic. It's almost like they're incredibly undervalued due to the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, despite having less and less exposure to that conflict. That's how you remind me that my EPAM leaps never filled. This is clearly a you problem. Only when he finds the autocomplete feature and emailing software to be incredibly intrusive to thought formulation. No. You can't be alone there. Fail of 90 bearish? Yeah, it would be. But 90 is very supportive here. I would watch NQ for further continuation. That's far more likely that's where we would see it. It's not like you to say sorry. I was waiting on a different story. I just came here to ask, how's November OPEX looking after today's price action? For what? That's not what you came here for. You came here for acknowledgement, Gaff. I ask that every other month. Why not ask it in November of all months. This is my birth month. The alternative's working. Yeah, well, that is fucking disgusting. So, fair enough. It's a less than aggressive V there. How do you feel about 50 pounds of lentils? I'll pass. Are you trying to get into the lentils future market? No. We're just trying to ship Dork weird shit to his house. Positioning rolling in under 90. No, not a lot.
Walk and put their pickle in my jar. What's GM on Jimmy Gherk? 3.
It's like 26.50. Hmm. Hmm. MQ is still looking quite weak. Yeah, but it's nearing a fairly important support. Will Fubo ever realize any meaningful price improvement? Oh, that's a good question. They keep beating earnings. At some point, as long as they keep doing that, I don't see why not. What happened to GoEV? It's going out of business. Allegedly. Well, according to their own management. The fuck it is. We're gonna have to do a lot of work to not go out of business. Do you ever look at Coinbase or no because of your dislike for Bitcoin and other crypto? I play Coinbase once in a while. And MSTR. Will there be any type of covering on GoEV before they go kaput? Could be, yeah. Don't these people know how much ADA you're sitting on? I sold all that shit in the last run up. Welcome back to Dillionaire, board gamer. Mistakes were made. You could have just said that. Oh. Yeah, when it hit like 75 cents, I was out. What's it at right now? I'll just look. Oh yeah, still winning. A Charles Hoskin fan? No. Fucking Gaff was like, buy ADA, it's the best. So I was like, alright, I'm gonna buy some and then bitch at you for 2 years if it doesn't print. It did print, but it took almost 2 years. So I got full value out of it, really. Not my fault you didn't sell at $2. I barely owned any when it was at $2. You didn't convince me to first start buying in until it was like 50 or 60 cents. And then I had to average down at like 30 cents. Wasn't Cardano supposed to destroy Ethereum? Sure. Let's say that. Tech's not having a good day. Do you have to do something to see Pickles Picks again? They should just pop up. Is your Discord connected to your YouTube account? Kind of looking like this might fail 90. I mean, there's a lot of support at 90. It could, but they're selling puts here right now. They'll probably try to push it back up. It could stay here, though. It's possible. I'm gone for a few hours, dumping OJ down the drain, and we lost 6,000. Yep, and then we just lost 90. Ooh, that's a little spicier. Well, I guess just NQ test 21 100. Maybe it's not that spicy. What a waste of perfectly good pressure washing material. Agreed. No, it's just in the money sold puts to see if we bounce. We start squeezing puts any lower? Not a lot of puts to squeeze at 85. Most of the ones that could be squeezed are at 90, and they're not really falling off. There's just more of them selling. Did you develop a lisp, or is my audio methed up? I don't think I have a lisp. I could try. I think this bounces. They're trying. Starting to build up some better support. Need to fill the gap at 95, 6,000 to confirm. There's some bot puts, 605, so there might be a little bit of resistance to the upside there. But we could still push out as high as like 610 or 615 to the upside. I'm definitely hearing on your S's. I don't know. Just stop using AirPods. Does SPY have any material influence on positioning, or is it all SPX? That bottomed right off 559, 597. No, not really. Sometimes just raw buying on SPY can drive some price action, but generally that just aligns with buying of futures, so not really that significant. Why is the market so bullish? Because everything's better and fixed now. Didn't you hear? Tax cuts for the rich people, widening wealth disparity. Everything the market dreams of. Higher inflation. Almost guaranteed higher inflation. Which is really bullish until it isn't. Gamma max for GME is like 26, 26.50. Why didn't you tell us to get Tesla weeklies? I don't tell anybody to do anything. Why is tech so sad? Just massively overbought? Netflix testing 800. Ooh, it could fail. I didn't tell you to short Carvana. I specifically told you to not short Carvana. Stop shorting Carvana. Carvana is squeezing. Don't do that. And then you shorted it anyway. You told me to buy puts at the bottom every time. Yeah, believe it or not, that take profit speech that I give every time we drop 300 basis points, that's not a bearish speech. You were saying that in a reverse psychology kind of way, though. No, it wasn't reverse psychology. Upstart looking done? Maybe. I don't know. Some new strikes opened up, so if it stagnates here, it could move higher. What? Yeah, Cobra. Can you tell my Carvana puts that? Well, it's too late. They're already dead. It's terminal. Stage 4 theta decay. Look what they did to my boy. Which one? First off, how dare you? You know what I did tell everybody? That all of Carvana's profits were going to go to Root, and then Root went up 100% overnight. Well, the weekend stream was 23.50. Yeah. I mean, 26.50 is like 15% of that. It was 24.50, but 10%. 10% gives you about 26.50. I didn't realize Root would do that fast. I mean, me either, to be fair. Can you convince your contacts at Hindenburg to write a short report against Carvana? Please and thank you. Or just wait until their payment in kind falls off in the second half of 2025 and their cash flows evaporate. How much did you make on the 100% move on Root? Like 7 grand. I didn't have very many contracts. Like, not very many at all. I just picked up a couple because I was like, oh, these aren't too badly priced, and we'll see what happens at earnings. And then it just got all of its price improvement all at once. Hopefully it pulls back a little bit, though, and I can get another better entry. Well, I probably won't get a better entry, but another entry. Where does Gamma flip positive for SPX? Around like 605. That's why filling this upside gap at 95 is really important, because right here at spot, Gamma's negative as fuck. Like, we could get just stuck here at the like 90 level for the rest of the day. That's how deeply negative it is. Why does the bond market suck? I don't know, maybe because yields are fucking way too low. I should have like 20k to trade in the next month or so. I'm excited to lose it all. Nice, Sisyphus. LMT is still looking good for upside. Entry's a little late at this point, but maybe on a breakout at 75 and confirmation of the bullish move. I'll probably add some calls if it breaks up there. Increase my upside leverage. But Gork, Bill Ackman, what about Bill Ackman? What did he do? Is he short bonds? Is he long bonds? Who gives a shit what he does? I don't know. He's an idiot. Yeah. Why are commodities getting hit? They're not really getting hit very hard. You mean precious metals? Because the dollar's ripping to the moon. Oh, and copper's getting hit because China's a piece of shit. Why are yields not 10% yet? Because our treasury is doing yield curve control. The bulls have rated my Twitter post of that dank meme. My day has officially been brightened. Bulls are very worried right now. They seem to be extremely stressed out about giving more upside. I feel like a lot of them bought in after the gap up, and they're afraid. Have you interviewed any fearful bulls yet? You could just ask everybody holding 6,000 calls right now. I wonder if my biggest foible of this year was going to be selling my QQQ at 503 instead of waiting. What do you think about knock? Nothing's ever brewed there, so that would be shocking. Oh, look, it looks like they still just don't make money. No, I mean, it's got some accumulation, but I highly doubt they've changed their financial situation all that much. Also, their float is still diluted as fuck. Maybe if they did some share buybacks of their 5.45 billion shares. I'm gonna feel silly when QQQ hits 800. No, I won't. I'd just buy back in again if it went above 525. What do you think about LMT? I haven't heard that ticker mentioned lately. What? Fuck off. More so with GME pops. I remember last go around in 2021, knock popped before the suppression. What's suppression? Yeah, there was a brief moment in time where Nokia ran. It was extraordinarily brief. It has a dividend. That's about the only thing it's got going for it. Is Bobby gonna squeeze or not? It did already, and I think you sold. No problem, Brandon. Super Stonker has joined the chat. Yeah, but they weren't awful. Curious. Alexa, look up memory loss. I thought Bobby was the only time you ever made money in the stock market, Popcorn. DJT has better volatility than GME, in my opinion. Upstart's better. Upstart's everything you want GME to be. Low float, low ETF exposure, difficult to short back down, actually makes money, has a plan. High volatility, moderately cheap shares. CEO doesn't issue shares every time the stock is 100% greater than its cash holdings. DJT is too volatile for vol selling, I think. No Ryan Cohen, yeah. Do you think Upstart will come down anytime soon? Probably. As rates increase and financial conditions get tighter, credit markets will lose liquidity. And that's not good for Upstart. It means they have to hold more loans on their balance sheet, which hurts their guidance. GME's not going to $100 on today. It's like 26.50 is kind of the top of the current range. I have two cover calls at 27 out right now. Could I just roll over into December at 24? Expecting Jimmy to drop by then and net like $700. Is that a good move? I mean, there is some chance that you get your shares called away, but I had pretty good performance selling in the money cover calls on GME 30 to 45 DTE after a break of Gamma Max. I'm not going to say it was exactly 100%, but it was pretty close. Don't be snobs. We all got here from our shameful Reddit GME roots. Yeah. Some of us haven't left. SAX going to 60-10? Could, yeah. Jimmy's pre-market volumes are weak on this run too. Well, it's more liquid now, so there's less foreign market arb. Could I just roll over again? Yeah, you could. I mean, Jimmy's worth what, like $14? So, I mean, if you have enough time. TSM getting beat up today. Yeah, they announced that they're not selling AI chips to China anymore. Well, this race for Bitcoin, it's kind of uncharted territory. Could we maybe see 100K this month? If you did, it's going to sell off back to 60. Going for gap number two, but two gaps to the downside. Should be. So the synthetic long here should act as a little bit of resistance, but if we move over it, it's going to be super supportive. I don't know that song. You valued GME at 14? I thought you would have valued it at book. Well, I mean, if the revenues from their short-term treasuries weren't so significant, then I would. You're a Super Bowl? I mean, yeah, technically, I guess. NQ stops are like magnets for the price. Yeah, because the MM just fucks you whenever they get a chance. They're very efficient on futures. Setting stops on futures is quite a bit different than options. If you set tight stops on NQ, you're just going to burn through commissions. What stops? Yeah, if you don't set stops on futures, you'll end up broke like Snickers. He's out of line, but he's right. No, you just end up with a 79% margin ratio. Why does Snicker have his name twice? I don't know. You ever think about doing a late night future stream one of these days? Have you ever traded overnight futures? They're usually not very interesting. MSTR on the monthly chart looks insane. Yeah, I told you guys, Ponzi schemes are the best. You know what's the best is all the little, like, sailor simps are like, oh my god, Sailor's so bullish on BTC, but the dude keeps selling his stock for cash. Sailor Moons, yeah. I was gonna say something worse, digging off, and I retracted it in my mind. I wouldn't do buy in business. I'm late night trading now. It's not as fun as I thought it would be. Yeah, it's not. Look at this majestic V. Are we at resistance yet? Guess we gotta move a little bit higher still. Sold calls 605. Bought calls at 6,000. Yeah, so this is a little bit of resistance right here, but if we move above it, we're going to move up. Maybe even out to like 60-20. How did you solve first 0 DTE V pump last year? Did that shock you? No? What do you mean solve? No, the first one wasn't last year, it was in like 2022. I mean, even before 0 DTE options, in bullish environments, bounces were common on put capitulation. There's very rarely any long puts on the SPX options chain. And if they do exist, it's just for a brief period of time and then they close. Usually just when things get like overextended. Hmm. How high can MSTR go? Mm, I don't know. So many options are being added to the chain, like uh, every minute. It's like basically equity trading BTC. So Gamma Max is back at like 277. Gamma's flat on it all the way out to like 385. So from like 300 to 385, gamma to the upside is almost completely flat. So it could just go up to like 385 potentially. If you go on SRF's website, they post their NAV and their whether they're trading at a premium or discount to that NAV. The greater the premium or the greater the discount, the better the deal. I just wonder what would happen if every short in the market got blown up Jan 2021. Sweeter the juice. Rejecting 6,000. It's resistance. It's not a huge resistance, but it is resistance. I'm deep out of the money SPX puts. I don't know. As VIX 3 months moves below 16, I would start to consider them. But we're not there yet. I'm so confused by this market. I'm glad this stream exists. The echo chamber is so loud out there. It's deafening in here. But no, I hear you. Yeah. It's... And the vast majority of people only make an assessment of risk in the market based on the price of the market. That's funds included. That's not just like retail traders. So price high, everything good. Although historically excessively high prices are usually a leading indicator of downside. People don't like to think about that. When positive gamma above 605 still, I think. Almost at spot. I guess if we get above like 603, gamma will be kind of positive here. Still need to move a little bit higher. We kind of rejected right off of where gamma turned positive on that last test. But if we hold here, build up some support, and get more sold puts, then we can start pushing up into the positive gamma at like 605 to 610, which opens up potentially a move out to 620 by end of day. Stream was like training wheels for me. Aside from the one drop with the carry, when on earth have last year's excessively high prices led to a drawdown? Well, October of 2023, August of this year, and then we've had a couple pullbacks, but nothing's really changed on the macro side of things. Things have remained fairly well supported. Is McDonald's MOASS? I mean, I don't think so, but it's a little bullish. I mean, Trump works there, so I don't see how that wouldn't benefit. Who really this data still matters? The problem is people can't separate like macro data analysis and information from price action. They assume that one will dictate the other, and that's not how that works. That was literally the happiest that guy's ever been. I know, he was really excited to be kicking up those fries. He was like, look at me, Dad, I'm a poor. Yield invert immediate crash. If the yield curve reinverts, that'd be bullish as fuck. The macros look so bad for so long. It's crazy that it hasn't created huge drawdowns. Why do you think so many people were calling for the GFC? But like, by the time it happened, pretty much every moron in the world was like, this whole thing's gonna burn to the ground. And then it finally did. The dot-com bubble was the same way. That's what people think, macro v price action. Yeah, I know. First assumption for all market trading, it's more likely to go up than down over time. That depends on the time frame. Traders with that assumption get eaten alive in bear markets. That's why everyone's always like, "Oh my god, it's so hard to trade bear markets," which it's really not, because you have like really great range days and volatility's high. It's that people are just so used to positioning like 70 long, 30 short, that they get fucking chewed up when price action just continuously declines. Are stocks generally cheaper after the ex-dividend date? Well, the dividend gets priced into the stock, so it's not cheaper, really. You've just missed the dividend. Is it probable we get another bear market in the coming year? Chances are a bit higher. CapEx is starting to increase across tech. Forward earnings yields are starting to pull down. Yields are going up, so the cost to borrow is increasing. And we're likely to see inflation rise, which will put pressure on the consumer. So, yes, there's a much better chance of it in 2025 than there was for 2024. The situation doesn't get better though from a macro viewpoint. Like we're just compounding the issues in order to prevent failure, which makes them worse when they're realized. And I wouldn't be surprised if, the Treasury that is currently under Democrat control and is not apolitical did something that would damage the next administration financially. It would be the strategically correct move. I'm able to explain moves after the fact, but I'm useless when it comes to using available data to make profitable predictions. Because you shouldn't be using you're using it wrong. Analysis will give you your probabilities and help you determine where you should be positioned, but being profitable and managing risk are have nothing to do with analysis, right? You need to determine your risk point, your max drawdown, where you're going to take profit, and then just trade the price action that you think is more probable. And if it's not profitable, or you're wrong and the probability is not realized, then you want to ensure that the drawdown that you take on attempting that is as little as possible. And that way, over time, your aggregate exposure is net profitable and not a net loss. You can't do risk reward without doing actual TA. Yes, you can. You don't even need charts to do risk reward. Melt up? No, still resistance at 6,000. Above 6,000, 6,005, then yeah, maybe we push up hard. I'm still not wrong about the bank failures. We'll drop below 4,200. Well, I mean, right now, everything's working in favor of the banks, right? The Fed, the Treasury, they're working together to ensure that the banks are able to cyclically roll off their exposure. They haven't rolled off much exposure, but that's because they're greedy and they have no cash. They should have rolled off far more of it by now than they actually have, and that, that's just a factor of how banks are allowed to operate in the market, which is, not great. But um, that's going to change, right? With a new administration, that support mechanism may not be there. And if Trump does anything like institute tariffs or cut taxes or put undue pressure on the consumer with a consumption tax, um, they're going to either pressure the consumer down or pressure yields up. And that puts the banks in a far less stable position. What treasury action would hurt the administration the most? Issue the next $1 trillion in the long end. Do you think most people didn't know what tariffs were until after the election? I still think most people don't know what tariffs are. If you make less than 250 grand a year, voting for tariffs is voting against yourself. Do you think Trump will follow through with tariffs? Do I think he's stupid enough? Yes. Doesn't he have advisors to tell him not to? Didn't he like fire all of his advisors like 50 different times the last time he was president? Would you say Jamie is due for a cooldown soon? Probably. I mean, it's like kind of maxed out. There's not that much bullish interest on the chain. The amount of Americans without basic economic education is frightening. We don't teach economics in school, and soon we won't teach anything at school. We're gonna buy puts on American literacy rates. No, if OnlyFans becomes oversaturated, then it's just gonna become an online brothel. Probably already is. I don't really know that much about OnlyFans. Life is short and then we die. Yep. How did it turn out with your friend who moved in with the OnlyFans model and her kid? I don't know. I haven't talked to him in a while. At least we get MDMA. Well, we don't get it. We have to find it. But yeah, it's a thing we've invented. And whatever happened to the Dans? They're all over the place. Find it like it grows in the wild. Yeah, on CD drug dealers at music festivals. You just pluck it off of them. Foraging for Molly like my great grandfather. Or be a hot girl. True. Yeah. The best bits are behind their ears. Jesus Christ. If you were a betting man, would you bet on the market going big ups or big downs in the next 3 months? I would bet on it trading violently sideways, maybe slightly up. Left or right? Right. Ridiculous. I want to eat something. I'm fucking hungry. I want to retire. I feel like you had that option. You gave it up for more money. I want a job. Why? I know. Huge mistake. Yeah. I warned you that you were going to get stuck in indentured servitude for the next 5 years. What are your thoughts on real estate utility development companies have been held back from location restrictions, but may now be free to build under Trump, such as CAT is, the Desert Water Company? Yeah. I feel like that would only be bullish upon the actual repeal of regulation, and that would require that the next administration does something while they're in office, which I think is unlikely. One second. 6K's been resistance. At least these handcuffs are 24 karat. Also retire today. I'd just be homeless. Gherkin needs to learn to service us more and less his hot female neighbors. They ask him for sugar, yet he gives them his cream. I'm not sleeping with the crazy lady next door. When are you getting hot women to be guests on the stream? I don't know if I could deal with the popularity flux. The stock thing is a bit stale. She didn't hear that. No one said anything about sleeping. Oh, Jesus Christ. Do you guys actively seek out the mentally unstable for romantic trysts? She's gonna knock again? The delivery driver from Whole Foods? They're the best at it, yes. Not when they live next door. See, Lit Spaceman knows what's up. Oh gosh, now you're doing the delivery ladies? No. No, I'm not. What is wrong with you guys? Just holler if you want more Dong Thong pics to really bring the stream what they want. I'll let you know. The answer to that question, Pi-Fi, is yes. Which question? I'm not banging the fucking Amazon delivery people. You know we're bored, married, and boring. Our only excitement is to live through you vicariously. What's wrong with us? You collected a bunch of Reddit shitlords into one place. This is on you, bud. Fair enough. Yeah, I do take full responsibility for that. I feel like you've got a pretty good collection already, but it was odd that you used the Discord name Gherkin. Wait, what? Upvoted? You fucking guys. Okay, I'm not banging random Amazon delivery drivers, and I'm not banging my crazy neighbor. Crazy neighbor's hot friends? Sure. But also turned out to just be crazy. She can hear that? No, she can't. Probably. Crazy people can hear everything. It's like a superpower. Have you actually ever been hit on by any female delivery people or drivers? I don't know. Maybe. Not that I'm aware of. You guys are just pumping my ego at this point, which is fine. Check DMs to take yourself down a peg. It's not working. That's Jack Black. That's okay. Are you worried about your bull puts? Not particularly. Should I be? No. Why is everything green? SLD? SLD's on Wednesday. Well, starts on Wednesday. It's not now. There are hardly any hotel rooms available in New York City because they're full of migrants. And they're all around 900 a night. Sure. I can find you a hotel room for like 125 bucks, Kiki. It's not my couch, I swear. That's 220. There's one on Twitter to see if you have posted. Found out there's a guy who has a company that will go harass your boss if you complain about them. Bullish? Anonymously on TikTok? Where do I invest? I don't know. It probably has a website or something. Do you want to know a secret? No. Okay. All right. Tell him yes, I like secrets. It's just gonna be his penis. It's not really a secret. Why can't bulls get it up to 605? Because there's resistance? Kind of a relaxing day. Well, we got a nice little dump earlier, and then that's turning into something, right? Bulls are still selling puts here, though. It's not like they've given up on the upside push. We're just a little negative on Gamma. If we do get substantially above 6,000, though, it's going to take off. You're missing out on the secret. Nah. Trading 95 to 6,000 here is kind of working. Nice. Surely we're gonna pump. We might. We'll find out soon. There's still bullish positioning to the upside. Hmm. Hmm. Do you think SMCI has high chance of getting delisted at this point? Didn't they report temporary earnings or like estimated non-audited earnings? Trust me, bro, earnings. Yeah, those. It's because they're just a major market maker. They're like their purchase, like Susquehanna and Citadel's purchases of stock have nothing to do with bullishness. They just happen to be holding inventory for markets they're making when they report their 13Fs. Chill. Yeah, not wrong. Thanks for putting up with silly questions all day, every day. Here's one more. Is XRT likely responsible for the run on current basket stocks? No, the fucking massive index move to the upside is. You know the most obvious answer? That's usually the right one. What's the market about to do? Bulls have been trying to push back up above the synthetic long at 6,000 for the last hour. A little over an hour. Give me 1 second. I think my food's ready. All right. $6,000 fly. Mm, there's some argument for it. Gamma's just neutral here. Realized vol crush is intense. Keep me up 40% in a couple of weeks. As close to MOASS as people are going to get. Probably. But all their cost bases are like $35. Otherwise, they would have sold when the stock ran to 40. 50, 60, 80. I can't believe anybody fucking still owns the piece of shit. Even your refractory period is truly amazing. Jesus Christ. Sell vol on it. No need to own it. Right? What are you eating? It's like a prosciutto and arugula flatbread with diced tomatoes. It's a little crunchy. Prosciutto is pork. Women only want one thing. It's another season of Emily in Paris and a bottle of rosé. That's two things. You're married is showing popcorn. Gamma Max on GME is around 26.50, but well, Gamma Max is at 24.50. 10% is like 26.50. 15% is like 28 and change. Usually GameStop stops somewhere around 10 or 15% above GM. Your two things, a person and a horse, that would just be a centaur. Which would be one thing. No. If you argue with me, I'm going to tell your wife about your collection of Emily Does Paris DVDs. Who has Prawn on DVD? You do. not true, then the evidence is physical. So you use an even more dated media format, still keeping everything on VHS. Your wife's like, "What's this?" And you're like, "Get a VHS player and find out." And that just ends the argument. Genius. It's just that scene from Titanic. Popcorn transcoded his VHS and DVD collection into MP4 HVAC a long time. HEVC a long time ago. I think it's like a codec. Are you still considering adding to your Reddit position? I don't know. Maybe if the premiums get substantially better, but they haven't really. And my 30s are now out of the money, so I might add to the 25s a little more. I guess those are still underwater. MW, if you want 2,000 people in here, I'll just track and write about meme stocks every day. And this chat will be full of bots in no time. Wouldn't Adabit? I heard he died while on Rumspringa. He didn't know how to handle the booze. Got too wild. We're better than that. I know. But it would only take like a couple weeks. It just takes so fucking long to get rid of them. He actually died? No, I don't think he actually died. I was just making an Amish joke. I mean, it doesn't kind of have two chains. It has two chains. Like 142 is get like 136 to 142 is gamma maxed on the newer expirations. how? Because when it went up 150% in a couple days, the options chain had to open up to allow for that. I'd want to die if I wrote about some CDD about the collapse of a major bank because of a company valued barely above $10 billion. Wait, who did that? Does the bank have $10 billion? Most of them don't. Who's the GME guy from Greece who had the 1,000 cum Kleenex in his room, had long curly hair, and his mom walked in on him? Linux. That was Linux. Did Linux name himself after the Kleenex? Remember the B of A DD from Out of It? I never read that garbage. I remember back in the day when super stock didn't hate me. And every day people would be like, "Oh man, did you read so and so's new DD?" And I was like, "No." Classical 31. Welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Oh, that's the wrong speaker. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude. Appreciate it. Oh, that's gonna be loud.
Happy birthday, Gherkin.
I think he didn't take too well to that Susan and Trimbath one coming out and telling him what he wrote was all wrong. I mean, it's better than her DD where everyone just misinterprets it. Welcome back, man. Can't believe we were at one time in Super Stonk. That's how all this bullshit started. People were like, "Hey man, we want to ask you a bunch of questions. You should do like a Q&A on a live stream or something." And I was like, "Well, I'm not doing anything else during the day. I guess I could." Here we are 3 years later. You were way more bullish on GME back then. Yeah, but still not nearly as bullish as everyone else. Fucking Warden. You called for MOASS in October and November of 2021. No. I said if people stopped DRSing their fucking shares and bought out of the money options or in the money leaps, we could squeeze. And everyone was like, "Fuck you, we're going to DRS our shares." But it's okay. Ryan Cohen fucked all of them in the ass for me. So I won. It's hard to imagine you were a big time GME bull guy. I had like 150,000 shares. So it was hard not to be bullish when the stock went up. I wrote a three-part DD about how MOASS was bullshit, but we could kind of create a short squeeze if everyone did a specific thing that everyone didn't want to do. They did it for DFE though, just not for me. It's my understanding that doing the ass fucking yourself is more pleasurable than outsourcing it. You know what? In this instance, no, because my penis stayed clean and only Ryan Cohen's got dirty. I remember the first day you streamed because I watched the stream before I went to renew my driver's license. I was so weird and awkward back then. I still am. Options are FUD, Gork. Yeah, I know. I did it and lost untold amounts of money on Freg's Day. Me too. DFE had a bandana. Is that what I've been missing this whole time? I just need to switch to a bandana? Nah, the hat is better. I wonder how many more 5 to 1,000% plays I need to pull off before people love me as much as him. Maybe I just need to come in, drop the 1,000% play, and then disappear. Like once every 2 years. Thanks, Joe Sixpack. Gherk, this is not a competition. Yes, it is. Imagine Gherk in the Judiciary Committee stream just telling Ken to fuck off live on air. I would never speak that way to somebody I respect. Can you call the 1,000% play in advance so we can over leverage properly? You mean like Bobby? Or Upstart? Or BNED? Spurt? There was no time for me to call the Revlon play in advance. Me and Gaff figured out it was gonna like 10x in price the night before it happened. All we could do was buy a ludicrous amount of calls at open. Or Fubo or beyond. I'm a shimp billionaire. That wasn't even a pick. That was a joke. I've been here since day one. I didn't subscribe day one because I wasn't sure if you were a shill. Turns out you are, and now I give you $99 a month for fun. Not a cult though. It's cool here. Thank you so much, Stellasaurus. I think you're the second or third oldest pigeon whale. Tom, first of the pigeon whales, being the first. I did an audit this weekend. I've spent $20,000 on food this year. It made me quite upset. I also realized I've been paying you $30 a month the entire year. That's because you love me, right, Duke? Oh, I canceled. But yes, I do. We're married now. I don't have to wine and dine you. I don't know. I still need something. You gotta, you gotta treat me right. Look, what do you want? Everything. Who asked you do puts cost same like shares? I don't. Probably Hazy, but I don't remember. I bring very important news from SS. 2351 price incoming because of bad TA. Some unknown person did poorly. Oh, awesome. Do you remember when they asked you? No, but there's like a clip of it somewhere. I have it downloaded, I think. Puts cost same like shares is still one of my favorite moments. The fuck, it was the worst. How much time do we have left? This is ridiculous. When 3 Sigma 0 DTE play the week before last? Actually, last week short MSTR was pretty solid. That fucking drop from like 280 to 65 was pretty nice. Sure did MSTR Friday because you talked about it on Thursday. Thanks. I should have gone long at the end of the day. I was thinking BTC would run over the weekend too. But I didn't want to spend fucking anywhere near 5 days of theta for fucking MSTR contracts. I saw that bullshit golden cross on the weekly brings 23.50 per share. So where the fuck do they get these numbers? Dude has his moving averages set wrong. No, he's just looking at them on the wrong time frame. I've been completely done with GME since 2023. It's still on the watch list. It's just all the way at the bottom because it's not worth any money. The stocks at the top are worth money. The stocks at the bottom are shitty. GME still has like another dollar-ish, maybe. I'm a casual pickle consumer. Once a year, I have a Pi-Fi inspired 3000 percenter. GME, Bobby, EXR, Upstart. Oh yeah, EPAM. Forgot about EPAM. EPAM, Hom, Costco, Palantir. Fuck else was I long? God, there've been so many. Dole. Yeah, Dole kicks ass. Root. Root was a recent one. Although it wasn't, I only talked about it on stream. I didn't do a write-up on it. BTU's back up at like $30 again. Yeah, I'm hanging in there. CERN wasn't one. Cat, Fubo, Oxy, HAL, HBM. HBM was sick. Sava, yep. Are you ever gonna sell BTU? No, probably not. No, probably not anytime soon. I'd also have to remember to sell it. My cost basis is super low. I think it's down to like 14 bucks now or something. Probably just keep selling covered calls on it. I mean, Rev doesn't count because I lost all the money I made on it. Yeah, Docu was nuts. Quite a few times. AVGO, pre-split. The pre-split AVGO short was fucking sick. It was like $1,800 to $1,500 in like 4 days. Tesla short from 1,200. That was pretty good. Yeah, FSLR. There's that stock that Popcorn bought puts on. All of them? Not Carvana. Any Aider trades? I think we shorted that at one point. Are they still like a company? They still exist? Huh. I remember at one point it ran super hard and Wall Street Bets was like losing their shit on it. And I shorted the fuck out of it. That was awesome. It went from like, I don't know, it was like $18 down to fucking like a couple bucks. IRNT was a good short too. Not enough momentum to move up. Who's buying BTC at 87K? Funds. Funds and ETFs. Where's Koala Hugger? I don't know. He probably died of chlamydia. Remember that one guy who comes in and asks about Tesla and leaves? Yeah, he picked like the most bearish part of Tesla's entire stock history to go long Tesla. And like it wasn't just long, like leveraged long as fuck on Tesla. Where's Walken? I don't know. He donated money earlier today. Even though I thought I blocked his credit cards. Dogecoin had more than my port in 5 years. Throws out intelligent investor. What's Doge up to? Can I sell the rest of it? Ooh. Hmm. Interesting. I gotta go check my Binance and see how much of this crap I have left. Oh, not much. Hey, how's Loop Ring doing? Don't those people still have to give Cohen money? You bullish or bearish on CPI for Wednesday? I think there's a small chance that it could come in hot, which would not probably be received well by markets. Or at least not yields. Yields will go up. Along with Wu-Tang, some teaser Dow folks, and the U.S. Treasury. Yeah, whatever happened to the fucking Wu-Tang album? Why do I own the one trash crypto? My 400 Dogecoin are going to the moon right now. Would XRP a dollar? Probably never. Yeah, it's close enough. Okay, maybe it'll get there. He's fucking Justin Bieber. Do you think he gives a shit if he lost, $1.97 million? Probably not. Do you think Jimmy will ever realize the full value of the NFT marketplace? What price do you think RC slams that dilute button? He's probably writing up the dilution now. What price did you buy Doja? 0.0004, I think. I sold most of it after Elon fucked everybody on SNL, but I had some in another account. that I never got rid of. But Doge, it's 63 cents. Ouch. Is there much chance at Fubo reclaiming a $1.50? Maybe as we get closer to the next earnings. Shelley live streamed once upon a time in Shaolin to an audience of approximately 5,000 via the social network X. There's no shorts. Why would it squeeze? People over on Superstock still just making shit up. Why do I even ask? Secret top, end of day? Are you trying to get me to buy 60-20 calls? I know you didn't say it. But they're still saying it. They're cheap. How cheap? Ooh. NQ needs to turn this shit around with some volume. I think AMD headed to all-time highs by end of year again. Hmm. I think it might depend on NVIDIA earnings, but if NVIDIA does well and shows some data center expansion beyond the prior quarter, which I think is starting to get less and less likely, but if they do, that could be kind of bullish for semis. 6002 is a fortress. That's where the synth long goes in the money. It's not a fortress, it's just kind of hard to get over the hump. Gamma's positive here though. So we've traded flat long enough that Gamma's moved to positive. Try to lock in SCX Iron Condor profit, but once again, it seems that MM will force it to expire worthless. This happened several times before. Iron Condor liquidity is weird. It's not the Condor that has weird liquidity. It's the complex order book that's fucking you over. So you're putting the limit out there, or this, the buyback or whatever, however you're placing it, and the market makers are seeing it and going, fuck now. It's wildly advantageous to have an account where you can sell or hold naked positions in closing those, because then you can close each individual leg one at a time. Otherwise, it generally benefits you to have theta instead of being stuck on the 0 DTE. The MMs aren't going to want to step in and provide liquidity to close your spreads, especially when they're up. You're watching Lunar, not particularly close, but yeah, I mean, I've saw it. I looked at it earlier today. It looks okay. Might move up to like 13. I think that's the next upside resistance. I was positioning looking for tomorrow. Roughly the same. We have CPI tomorrow morning, right? So it's, or no, we don't. We have what do we have tomorrow morning? Tomorrow we have German inflation, I think. Tomorrow's Tuesday. I think we have like some German stuff tomorrow, and oh, the sluice is tomorrow. Speech after speech. There's so many speeches. They have to get out there and force and talk down the real effects of inflation before inflation comes in hot. Tomorrow's got a lot of out of the money bot puts at like 59, 30, 10, 5900, 5890. I don't know if those are just spreads that people are selling out of the money for tomorrow. Because there's some sold puts down there too, but quite a lot of them. Not a lot of support below 6,000 till you get to like 5950. This 80 is a little bit supportive. That's tomorrow's expiration, though. Wednesday through Friday appear to be data filled. Yeah, they are. Very much so. What do you think of UAA? I think they could benefit from looser regulation, which could be a thing with the new administration. But I think if the economic climate slows at all, it would hurt them a lot. Transmedics? I don't know. Wasn't there? Didn't they have like a earnings sell-off recently? There's a lot of different types of leverage. Do you know which one you're specifically asking about? I mean, we're not usually talking about like leverage ratio to tier one capital. We're talking about options market leverage. But there's a leverage multiple that's calculated. Well, leverage ratio is calculated off of tier one capital divided by is it total assets, including off-sheet exposures. And so there's like a minimum leverage ratio required for banks. Basel III increases that. Where to get added to SPY and QQQ? It's unlikely that the boards of either index would approve it. Basel III gets scrapped. We're really on Aladdin's carpet. Well, it wouldn't be scrapped. It would still be in place. It's just that U.S. banks wouldn't be a part of it, which means uh, significantly less international exposure for U.S. banks. It's not great for them. What they want to do is they want to modify the conditions of Basel III so it favors their overextended and over-leveraged positioning. Hence defeating the purpose of the agreement in the first place. They don't want to have to be held to the same standard as, lower risk European banks. Gross. Are bulls gonna push this up? No idea. They don't have long to do it if they are. Things get more bullish above 60, 602.50, 603, 6003. They're called Europors for a reason. Don't lump us in with them. Yeah, God forbid US banks were forced to just hold their customers' money. They couldn't sell 0 DTA SPX puts with it. Heresy. You ever try to get ice water in Europor? It's a nightmare. It is. It really and truly is. I don't know what the Europeans' aversion to ice is. They just want all their beverages to be lukewarm. UK banks insure our deposits up to £80,000, not your unfathomable 250K. Yeah, but the pound's like $1.28, so like what is it, like $1.28? Still not equivalent, but it's just giving us an entry for 5 minutes of expiry calls. Is it though? Or is it just failing to break above 5,600? That's more that's more what it looks like. I don't know, maybe they'll just sell more puts again. Everything will be fine. Gross, negative gamma. Are they gonna try to get VIX under 615 by close? Well, I got it a little bit earlier, despite the price not moving. Hmm. Charm here isn't particularly favorable. But I think if we break above 6,000 right now, it's probably gonna rip. I'm just gonna have to shift that hedge really hard. So many expiring contracts at 6,000 we go to 1 delta. Yeah, they're 0.28 delta right now. Ooh. Yeah. Profitable though. Ding ding. Wait, where did it close? Oh, you bitch. It's gonna adjust up, probably. We'll see where it ends up in a few minutes. Ding ding. All right. So pretty flat on the day, which is kind of what I expected. A lot of realized vol crush, not a lot of price movement. We tested the high and the low of the intraday range and closed kind of right in the middle. Not particularly exciting, but not overly bullish or anything. Yes, failed the upside breakout. We filled the downside gap. Um, this is starting to look a little bit like a breakdown, although I'd be more confident if we fall below the 6,000 level, 6,005 or so. But fairly near Friday's close, day over day. Uh, Commodities got hit pretty hard today. Drop in oil, the OPEC announcement, and precious metals falling against the rising dollar. Looks like commodities down pretty big across the board, and some of that may be due to continued weakness in China. Yields grinding down most of the day, but turning up a little bit into close. Dollar up 50 points across the entirety of the day, and still struggling to break out above resistance here. Although it looks like it's going to, and we're probably going to see yields continue to climb on the back end of the curve. We did get a little pump there into the end of the day, but not back at their peak prior to last week's FOMC meeting. So they haven't fully recovered off of JPA's overt and meaningless dovishness, but they're very likely to. Core. Hold on, these are a little fucked up. Core 1 month, core 3. Looks like correlations continuing to push down. We're still seeing vol shorting I think end of day, VIX did pair back under $15. VX now at like 15,485, and 3-month VIX at 1677. So still seeing vol shorts come in. Obviously, dispersion still picking up, but not at the same pace it did right after the election, obviously. And we are reaching a range on correlation where we tend to stagnate. This is kind of where the dispersion trade has been capping out over the last couple of quarters. And it hasn't been since really like July that we've seen it go much lower. So we'll see if that's meaningful over the next couple of days. Leverage in the carry trade slightly up from this morning, but even though the dollar rose, yields didn't very much, and so we didn't see leverage move up all that significantly. Although leverage at the shorter ends of the trade did move up a bit harder. Forward yield on volatility still just a bit negative at 3.11%, but not falling deeply negative yet. Move under 100, not very interesting. Looks like skew is kind of doing nothing. Some of those tail risk hedges are still being held, which is kind of interesting. You'd think we'd see those dropping off in this price range and not hanging out. 63.61% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. That's not right. Anyway, vol's basically back at our low from September. I don't have the correlation thing up, so we'll have to look at that later. Fed fund futures have moved rate cuts down to 0.43 over from now to June of 2025. So actually quite a significant reduction between Friday and today on the expected path of monetary policy. As that slows down, that will become more and more bearish for the breadth that has been holding this market up. And the spread between the 10 and 2 falling quite a lot, and almost, Jesus, yeah, the yield curve almost fully reinverted, with the spread moving from positive 13% down to 0.4% today. That's fairly significant. So we're starting to see the yield curve get very, very close to reinversion. We got the 2-year at 4.292 and the 10-year at 4.355. So that's kind of nuts. Although a reinversion of the yield curve would probably be bullish in the short term. Well, it's the Fed's cutting, but inflation expectations are rising. On the technical side of things, we did get a new higher high today, but not substantially higher. And we did end up closing a little lower than Friday's high. So we might be seeing this start to turn around a little bit, but may still have some room to go. I think that's about it. Sector-wise, tech underperforming today. Finance still propping things up. Looks like tech services were doing okay. Consumer durables did well, but mostly because of Tesla. It looks like consumer and commercial services did okay, and so did health services. So a lot more bullishness in the service side of things than on the manufacturing or retail side. Anyway, that's about it. I'll have Pickles Picks out tonight, and I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Later.